Well, hello everybody. Welcome to another Wednesday evening. So we are back in Throwback Wednesday, where we go back into FSX and look at some of these planes that we've been longing for a long time. Of course, I started with the 737. It was a plane we already had, but I figured that was the plane we should start with. Well, the next anticipated plane that we do have available in FSX that we're waiting on is, well, the Pmdg 777. When we get it, nobody really knows. We should be hopefully getting it soon. Again, it's my belief, potentially, possibly. They already have it in beta testing. Maybe just not telling us right now. Maybe they're trying to surprise us for Christmas. Who knows? Only thing I do know is in the last update that I read from PMDG, I'm not sure if there's been another update out since the last one I looked at, but one key thing is, I do believe on the 17th on Blue Sky Radio. I can't remember the time that Robert posted in the forum, but he will be on Sky Blue Radio on the 17th of November. Now, what he's going to have to say, what he's going to talk about, we'll have to wait and watch that stream. He did make it a point to let us all know that, hey, I'm going to be on that show. Um, you know, we'll have to wait and see. Who knows? The other thing of it is, he also said, I believe also on the last time he was on Blue Sky Radio, that, you know, we all know while they're working on the 777, he said he was going to be working on the 737 Max at the same time. Um, he, the one other thing he said on that stream was, well, I'm not going to drop it right now. We're 737 overloaded, so I'm not dropping it until I drop this 777. That's what he said. Who knows? But either way, with that being said, the good thing for us is we should be seeing that 777 soon, along with a Max 8 within the next 12 months. I of course don't have a release date. I'm not a part of Pmdg, so I wouldn't have any inside information on any of that. But a fun, cool thing is, another thing he said on that last time he was on there was we could wake up any morning, check the store out, and suddenly find a Max 8 sitting there. Um, that's something we're gonna have to watch for. We're probably getting closer to that time period that such a thing could happen. Um, but like I said, I wouldn't start running to the store right now to look because if he's true to his word, we're not going to see that Max 8 until after he drops 777. So, but anyway, this is the original PMDG 777. This is the first iteration of the 777 that they ever made. It was this version in FSX. Still works, still installs, still an awesome plane. Lots of great features. Um, if you were to watch my stream from last night, I did attempt to fly the Flight Factor version of the 777 that dropped around the same time as the PMDG 777 did years ago. Um, it didn't go real well. We didn't quite make it. We were almost there. We were within 500 miles of reaching our destination until it kind of went screwy. Um, Hopefully that won't happen tonight. We'll see. We all have to remember these planes are they've been around for quite a while. Um, PMDG, I do believe, did make a newer version of 777 for P3D, pretty similar to FSX. As we all know, P3D is FSX at its base. P3D wouldn't be around, if it wasn't for FSX. Um, but different planes, a little modern. But ultimately, I would say the most differences are maybe a couple of features and the fact that P3D can handle a little bit more, modern textures, like some PBR texturing, I do believe, stuff like that. But another cool thing to note is we are currently here in FLYTAMPA, Boston. You know, they also did it for 2020. Well, this is the one they did first, all the way back in FSX. I definitely can't say it looks as good as what we got in 2020. Definitely a lot of improvements since now. I think it's kind of cool to be able to go back here and, see what was Fly Tampa all about. What did their first iterations of the scenery look like? If I had SDoc, EasyDoc camera, I would love to take us on a tour. I could get out Bob, but I mean, ultimately, um, to be fair and honest, this stream really isn't about Fly Tampa's Boston. It's about the 777. With that being said, I would have also liked to have really gotten us just a little bit closer to the plane so we could see a little bit more of the finer details. Um, One thing I am not quite liking about this airport is I want to say V1 and V2 of the scenery from Flight Tampa had working jetways. Whether they allowed you to put the default jetways in by default, so you had them working, or they had it working with either GSX or Aerosoft's version of the ground handling services, which was AES. Still available. You can still install it. The only issue is I have the Steam version. And on the Steam version, unless you can find a weird kind of way to get Service Pack 1 and 2 and install on Steam, which it doesn't let you do, you can't unfortunately install AES, so we only have GSX. It is possible that had I been able to get AES installed, we would have had working jetways here, but we don't. So just keep that in mind. But I do believe I did solve the issues with GSX working in FSX. So with that being said, let's go ahead and see if we can't get GSX started. There we go. We definitely got our menu. Let's go ahead and request the boarding.
Boarding requested.
Again, a lot of things are similar. Unfortunately, I didn't take the time to go in there and add Delta. This is a Delta gate. Um, the flight we're doing to MCO really did park at Alpha 15. The only thing that's fictional here is that Delta did not fly a 777 from Boston to Miami. I'm not sure why they wouldn't. Again, it's not exactly a short flight, but theoretically, I think they could. They probably would if they could, if they had enough passengers. Let's go ahead and get inside the cockpit. We do have to get some things started up. Now, I am, of course, using a VSOF's CDU.
Do you want to board crew?
We'll
Crew
do
bus is
both.
coming.
We need to go into ground connections. And let's go ahead and I'll bring that up. Sorry. Bring that someplace where you guys can actually see this a little bit more. But let's go ahead and let's see. We will do bolt 2 plugs. We'll connect that because we have to have power to get the doors. Let's go ahead and get the battery. We'll get the external powers on. There we go. Now I can start using my CDU. So we go to actions, doors. It's yelling at me because, well, it wants doors open. But we are going to have to be a little patient here. Let the system start up. Meanwhile, we'll get an eyeball look of the sounds and the visuals. I did not take any time to pre-plan my
Pilot's boarding starting.
any of the settings or any of the panels or anything. I left it all the way it was. I do believe I am now making GSX happy. There's the bus. Here comes the pilots. So unfortunately, because the jetway's not working, we are using the stairs. I could have disabled the stairs in GSX and just kind of pretended like the jetway was working, but I had other things I wanted to set up and try to get working. Now that that's going, we'll go ahead and grab the deer. These switches are all fine. I am going to turn down that volume a little bit. Wrong way.
Crew boarding starting.
That's better. We'll go ahead and grab emergency lights. I'm going to zoom in here a little bit so we can see what we're doing a little bit better. Grab the hydraulics. I know it's probably a little too soon, but this is my way of doing things. I realize it's probably not your way of doing things, but this is how I do it. Alright, let's go ahead and start down here. We'll grab our nav light and our logo light. Don't really need any other lights right now. Go ahead and make sure these are all where they're supposed to be. Those are already there. I do believe those are fine. Let's just go ahead and do it this way. So we don't really need to touch any of them.
Your passenger's bus is coming.
So I think we're good. Alright, so like any other time, let's go ahead and grab our flight directors. Now tonight we're going to be cruising at flight level 40,000 feet. Let's go ahead and see if the Pmdg can pull it off without too many issues. Here we go. I'm going to cycle the auto throttles. And while we're here, guys, I did tell you to kind of take a look around. It's going to be one of the things I talked about. Well, from day one, this is how it was. PMDG didn't have to come back and redo any of this. You see anything different between the PMDG and the flight factor? Well, just in case you're not seeing what I'm talking about, right here, guys. We have a proper autopilot disconnect where it's supposed to be, how it's supposed to look. We got all the switches, how they're supposed to look, and where they're supposed to be. Another thing we can do in PMDG that, well, you couldn't do in Flight Factor is, well, take a look. We got working emergency air. Now I touched this, I'm not sure if I should have or what it did, but I will admit one thing we can't do that you could do in Flight Factor was you can't touch the tiller, but that's fine because how many of us are actually going to be in this plane trying to use the tiller on the side like that and looking out the window? Probably not many of us, right? Altimeter should be, let's take a look. Sorry guys, every time I go in and out, it's going to mute the audio. I don't think there's a way to fix that. So altimeter is 3026. Let's go ahead and get that set. There we go, 3026 set. And oh, by the way, guys, in case anybody's wondering, right now, with the traffic I got installed and being at the Payware Airport and FSX, I'm averaging 40 frames. But it's kind of bouncing. I mean, I get 50, 40. I mean, again, that's a lot better than most of us were getting prior years ago when the sim was in its heyday. Let's go ahead and go to menu. Oh, let me pull up the FMC so you guys can see what I'm doing. Let's go to FS Actions. Let's go to Fuel. Another thing you can't do in Flight Factor. Well, I mean, you can set your fuel, but not this conveniently and nicely. So tonight we need 5878. There we go. Set. Then payload. We're gonna use 388.8. There we go. Plane is loaded. Easy peasy. Let's go ahead and go to menu, go to FMC. Um, Error accept to date, and also not getting out of date message, even though it's up to date like we got on the flight factor. So let's go ahead and go Kbos.
Passengers boarding
Another
starting.
thing we can do, grab GPS. And there we go. We're gonna go Kbos. We're gonna do a route request. Boston, Orlando. There we go. We'll hit request. There we go. I guess we're still waiting for it to come. There it is. Let's go ahead and load the route. This kind of really seems much more realistic to me. There we go. Than what we flew yesterday. So tonight we are Delta 1570.
Good evening, ma'am. How are you? I'm doing good.
There we go. And we're going to be taking off runway 22 right. Alright, so let's go ahead and activate that and execute. So that's there. Let's go ahead and go to departure and arrivals.
Passengers
So,
bus is coming.
departures. Again, we're taking off 22 right, which should automatically be selected. It is. We are looking for SOX 6, which is this one right here. Let's go ahead and go to index. We're going to go arrive, and we're going to be landing 17 left. Using Geo 1. Oh, it's GTOUT 1. Curiously, yep, that's the right one. Oh, wrong button. I guess don't hit the wrong button. Alright, 17 left is active. GTOUT 1. I do believe I'd probably want the 17B. And then I want the Leopard. There we go. Let's check the legs.
Passengers boarding starting.
Make sure we don't have any pesky discontinuities or vectors. There we go. I knew we were going to have vectors here somewhere. Always do. Alright, so it's already grabbed a perf for us. Didn't even have to request it manually when we got to this page, but altitude's right. Cost index is too high. We're going to go 50. I guess we got to accept it and then change it. Oh, come on. I'll admit, having things be automated and do it all on it for you like that, I'd rather request it as I'm ready for it.
Good evening, ma'am.
Um,
How are you? I'm doing good.
but zero fuel weight is right. Fuel, it's there, so that's good. Let's go to thrust limit. We don't have a takeoff calculator, so we're just gonna not do a select temperature, but we're gonna tape off. We're gonna do flaps 5. I don't really think there's any really need to set that. It's already kind of there anyway. So let's do V1, V2, V3.
Passenger's bus is coming.
Let's go ahead and set our CG trim at 2.5. And I forget, where is that on the screens? Let's get that out of my way. Hey, why is my buttons doing the flat? Well, I guess that's something I never checked. So I'm just going to trim where it is and hope it's where we need to be. I'm sure it's here, guys. I mean, Pmdg wouldn't have left that out. It's probably in the settings to add it in, which we could take a close look at. I mean, that is part of the reason we're flying this plane, right? To go through and see what the plane's all about, the features that it has, right? Yep, like I said, all these switches work. We can turn these things on and off if you want. Let's go ahead and make sure we get some lights going here, since I'm thinking about it.
Passengers boarding starting.
Alright, for now, that'll do good. Um, get sidetracked here. Oh, yeah. Let's grab all the other stuff we know we need, and we can play with the settings later. Go to legs, route data, wind data node. So it already downloaded it for me. We'll go ahead and execute, then we'll go to the descent. There we go. We got our winds. Alright, so we got all that stuff. We should be good to go there, guys. So we've got 1,036 miles to fly, which I do believe is a bit shorter than last night. Let's go ahead and go to the MCP. We'll go ahead and grab the ALNAV and VNAV. All that should be set and good to go. I do believe GSX has said it's done. Yep. So while we go into the menu, that's one of the things we're going to remember to do is shut and arm our doors, which is another thing we get to have fun doing. FS actions. Oh, I'm sorry, guys. I keep forgetting. You guys can't see that. There you go. So let's go to doors. We're going to close, close, and close. And then we got to remember to go through and arm the doors. And then we'll go to the next page and we'll make sure we close our cargo doors. That wooden back door is taking a moment to close. Maybe I accidentally hit it twice. Oh, I see what I did. But now I'm going to have to wait for the other one to do its thing. But that is kind of the thing of using tablets. You may only intend to hit a button once, but sometimes you can think you hit it twice. There we go. Both doors are closing, so we're good to go there. Um, Let me go ahead and get that FMC back up for you guys. There we go. We'll check on that later. I'm sure it's closing. We watched it close. Let's go to Pmdg setup. Let's go to aircraft. We'll start with equipment. And we'll take a look at all the nice different things that we get to see. I can blow that for y'all. There we go. You can probably see that a lot better now. Since a lot of you guys are probably watching on TV. So let's see. I'm not going to change anything here. Next page. Anything I need to look at. Company speed. I'm not going to touch that. A lot of different options to guys to be able to adjust and set. I'll leave it no smoking. I'll go with a mid SATCOM antenna. Love the options, guys. I'm going to say no to the RAS. Now, originally, when this plane came out, it did come with RAAS Professional. So it'll actually call out the taxiways and the runways you're on. I don't know if it's an issue with Steam, but that is the unfortunate reality with Steam, guys. Some of these add-ons need things that only came in, that required that you had Service Pack 1 and 2 installed. And if you can't install those service packs, some features won't work. I keep debating whether or not I want to take the time to uninstall the Steam version of FSX and just go install the disk version. But I'm kind of like at the moment, based on we're only going to be flying enough in here to go through the planes that we used to have and already have and are coming out to see what they're about. I just don't know if it's worth my time to do that. Let's see here. What other nice things do I want to change here? I could put water in the CN. I'm not sure if I want care about that. Um, you could definitely change the type of siren when you disconnect the autopilot, which is kind of cool. Crew alertness monitor. That's kind of something pretty cool. That's a new feature. You guys know what that is? I actually watched a YouTube video today that actually talked about a real life event that happened when a couple pilots were supposed to be flying an MSP. Both pilots fell asleep, and well, they overshot the target by over an hour. Yeah, well, something like that happens, especially after 9/11. People are wondering what's going on and asking questions, right? Well, since then, that's where this came from. So essentially, if we're not in the cockpit, we're not touching any of our controls, we're not doing anything. Yeah, we do have the option to turn that feature on so that the siren will go off and wake you up. But I'm just going to leave that off because I don't want to deal with that. There's the setting. I'm going to turn that off to no. That's what was annoying me because it does have the option to automatically download all your window uplinks and stuff for you. Alright, there's the cost index. Change that to 50 in case we ever do fly this plane again. I'm going to go ahead and check out the displays. Weight units pounds, air conditioning temps fine. And of course I hit the wrong menu, darn it. All sorts of stuff to change in here, guys. Limitless options. We could definitely change the flight director. um, But I like the other ones, so we're gonna go back to what it had on there. But there's really actually one setting I'm here I'm looking forward that I'm missing. And that's really the fuel total display. I don't like that. It may be realistic, but yeah, I guess that's not an option you can change in this plane. Cause I mean, I guess realistically, this isn't the 737, so we're good to go there, guys. Um, but we do need to stay in the menu though because we are gonna have to worry about disconnecting, removing the chocks and stuff. But let's go ahead and get our APUs going. And this APU will be realistically starting. Um, yeah, not enough. I didn't think there would be. Definitely gonna have to give it a minute for the APU to start. I do think that we can hear it start. And look at that. Since we were in the plane, we had a plane come in. How about that? I do kind of have the traffic turned down. I don't want a lot because, you know, it's like any other sim. The more AI traffic you put in, the more resources it's going to use. I think I'm hearing it. But do we get any air effects from it? Exhaust. That's the question. Yeah. But yeah, APU is running. We did get to hear it start. Alright, I'm going to turn the TCAS on now, guys. I have a habit of forgetting it. We can go ahead and test it. Oh, duh, there's my trim. I tell you guys, I'm blind. Let's go ahead and see what that's supposed to be to make sure it's right since we have the option of doing it. 2.5 on the trim. And I'm going to say that's good. Alright, so I do believe we can now go into the GSX menu and let's get out of here. And now that the APU is going, let's make sure that that's selected. It is. So let's go ahead and disconnect ground power. Go back into the menu, ground connections. Disconnect the power. Oh, circuit breaks. My bad. There we go. Grab the beacons. Come out here and see if we can see any of the animations. That's obviously the truck. But where's my guys? I forgot to, guys, though. I mean, you know, like every other PMDG aircraft that we know about so far, they all have the pushback systems built in if we need it. Let me double check the menu to see if it's waiting on me for something. Okay, yeah, no. Departure clearance is requested. I'm not sure what it's waiting on, but I'll give it another couple of minutes, and if we need to, guys, we'll just push ourselves out and go. So again, we are going to be taking off 22 right. Looking at the chart for Boston. Where's my sim link? Alright, well, I guess that's the other thing I'll have to work on if I want to see where I am on the chart. What's going on with my Volanta? It thinks I'm in Orlando already somehow. Alright, what are they waiting on? See, I don't get it. Volanta is able to access Simlink, but not Navigraph. Oh well, it is what it is, I guess. Yeah, I guess I should have tested this a little further. I mean, it's yelling me about my parking brake, but why is it doing its thing? Oh man, I was really hoping to test out how to set the pushback. No, I don't see a Quadranт message anywhere. Alright, so here's what we're gonna do, guys. Just gonna restart the Quadranт. You can see it bring the tug in. But why doesn't like the, you know what it could be? I didn't configure a plane at all through GSX. And it could be confused because it doesn't know where my nose wheel is. That is a thing with GSX, right? For every plane. So I'll just have to configure it myself here. Alright, so where am I on this map? I must be right here. I see exactly where I am. Alright. So, with that being said, if I'm over here and I need to get to 22 right. Alright, I see where I gotta go. Should be to the left. Then we come out here, go all the way down there and around there, and there we go. Tail to the right, actually. So here's what we're gonna do, guys. We're gonna count on the PMDG pushback. It's all we used to have before GSX and AS came around. Anyway, right? Turn nose right. I need turn nose left.
And ground cockpit.
Here we go.
Hi, Captain. We're all set to go up here. We've been cleared to push and start at your discretion.
Roger that, ready for push. Power and air are clear, doors closed. We are ready for pushback. Please parking brake, please.
Okay, parking brake is off. Cleared to push.
Brakes off, here we go.
Alright, we'll start engine number 1. I like how it's not instant. There we go. Fuel number for start number 2. Got the fuel on number 2. We'll wait for that to come up. There we go. There's the click. We'll go for engine number 1.
Push is complete. Set parking brake, please.
One moment. Fuel on number 1. And as they requested, let's go ahead and grab the parking brake.
Brakes are set and pressure's normal.
I guess I didn't set my pushback right, but we're out far enough, guys.
Alright guys, thanks. You're cleared to disconnect. We will be watching for the pin and the release from guidance on the right side of the airplane, and we'll see you guys next time through.
Roger that. Have a good flight.
Alright, so pushback is completed. We will come up here and grab the taxi light. Taxi light is on. Go ahead and grab the RTO. Then we'll grab flaps 5. One more notch. There we go, flaps 5. No warnings, so we should be good to go. However, I am going to kill the APU, don't need it. We should, well, I still got some lights on over here. I'm missing something. What am I missing here? Oh, they're out. Alright. Here we go. Let's go ahead and release the parking brakes. And we out of here. And we'll get the best look that we can of FLYTAMPA Boston on our way out the best we can. This is updated V3 for FSX. Maybe on our way out we can see some airplanes taxiing around and we're coming in for a landing or taking off maybe. We'll see. Oh, there's something I forgot. Again, I do this every time. Grab the PACX. Same error as yesterday. Let's go ahead and stop the plane. Oh, that's what happened. I know what's going on. I know why uh, nav graph isn't connecting. After all my screwing around with getting GSX up and working, it's not detecting my FSU UIPC. Alright, well, we don't really need PACX. As long as Volanta is working, we're good to go. We'll get our landing rate when we get to Orlando. It would have just been cool to play that, but I'm certainly not shutting down the sim and installing FSU IPC at this point and starting over. We'll come to the outer taxiway. And we do have some planes moving around, which is good. We didn't have that the last time we did this last week. Now, keep in mind, this is my traffic. I should have put that in the stream information, but it's my traffic X. Can't remember the person's name that made it, but I think his last night might be Rank. I can't remember. But just keep in mind, some of these liveries are probably going to be a bit out of date. We might even see some airlines that technically aren't in business anymore. Definitely, I do believe an older JetBlue livery. Well, I do believe. All right. Um. All right. Yeah, I need to make this turn around to the left and make that right. See, this is where Navigraph charts comes in handy when it's completely working and you can see yourself on the map. But hey, I mean, in the real world, do pilots really have moving maps to tell them where they're at? No. You gotta watch the signs and memorize where you're going on from the map. This shows us how lazy us pilots can get in the sim. You know, start counting on add-on programs too often. Alright, so we're just about where we need to be. And now it's yelling at me some kind of aft valve. So I'm going to have to check that out and see what that's on, what it is. Here we are. So it's saying outflow valve aft. Yeah, that's my fault. I hit that switch. I know I did. Can't blame the plane for that. But let's go ahead and get our landing lights on. We'll take our taxi lights off, but we'll turn our strobes on. Let's go ahead and get out of here. I probably definitely didn't need that much throttle. Alright, and we're going to start right here. There's no need to start at the lines. Alright, let's go ahead and advance the throttles. Whoa, why? Stabilizer. Oh, my trim moved. Sorry about the alarm, guys. Alright, I'm going to say that's good right there. I set that earlier, guys. I'm not sure what I did to change that, but... Toga. Nope, I didn't set the button. But here's our toga. Pmdg always puts a click spot in for you. And rotate. Positive rate. Let's go ahead and get the gear up. I'm gonna let the plane do what it needs to do. That might be a bug. Obviously going off because of the flaps. But we are following our flight plan, which is good. I'm gonna have to figure out why it's giving me the red symbol. Oh wait. Oh no. That's why it's the landing gear. My lever isn't working for the landing gear. Didn't even notice that. But there we go. You know, once the stream is over, I'll have to make sure I go in there and take care of that so I don't go for stream number 3 and not realize that the landing gear lever's not working. Again, not a fault of the plane, just me not appropriately setting all my controls up right. We are at 10,000 feet. Let's go ahead and kill our landing lights. And we are flying with live weather again tonight, guys. Gotta have the live weather. Now, keep in mind, I mean, this thing tore out of the airport. I'm not going to blame the plane. I'm going to blame myself because, as you guys noticed, as I programmed the FMC, I did not set the select temp. I did not at all derate it. And you definitely could have. It's an option. There we go. Coming up on 17,000 feet. We'll go ahead and set standard. But we are definitely on our way. Alright, so I'm going to real quickly check to make sure I got my de-ice on, and I do. Let's make sure we don't possibly somehow ice up. But we're on our way up, guys. It's been a long day. I haven't eaten dinner yet. And we all are also at transition altitude. I'm going to put the tunes on. You know, start getting a better view of the plane and the ground textures. Again, guys, this is Orbix. And again, I didn't put that in there, and I probably should have, but I am using all the expensive add-ons from Orbix to make the sound, ground scenery look better. Here we go. Shuffle. Hey guys. So I just panned around. I got curious as I was taking a look to see what other reviews this plane had, and I forgot. So I wanted to explain what you see here. So yes, there is an interior of this plane. I didn't do this for the 737 when I did it last week, but I'm pretty sure on the 737 you didn't even have this. Pmdg and most developers in FSX they never took the time to concentrate on passenger cabins, and PMDG included. One thing we got to remember about this sim is it was only a 32-bit program. It didn't even matter if you ran it on a 64-bit operating system with a much better graphics card and larger amount of memory installed. The fact of the matter is, because FSX was only 32-bit, it can only, I think, handle a maximum of, I think it was 4 gigabytes of memory. So you could have, I mean, you could have installed 8, but the game wouldn't have been able to recognize it, right? So that is one thing to remember with the limitations the sim comes with. They kind of had to be careful of what they did and where they put their concentration because you can't have a really nicely modeled cockpit with all the systems being modeled and also have a highly detailed passenger cabin. There just wouldn't have been enough resources. Um, the simple fact is, when you get too high on those resources by modeling everything so detailed completely, one of the most common errors that you'd get with a sim would be out of memory errors. Because quite frankly, because the scenery you had installed, the plane you were using, the AI traffic flying around, it was easy to run out of memory. So they, like I said, in this sim they kind of had to, be careful. And Pmdg was very good at what it did. I mean, we can see that today, modern day in MSFS with the workday detail they put into the 737, which I'm sure they'll also do with the 777 and any other plane that they come out with in MSFS. Um, but they didn't have the same abilities back at this time. Yes, in P3D, um, because of the work P3D did, those planes were able to do a little bit more. Um, I don't own P3D. Therefore I don't own a made for P3D plane from PMDG. So I honestly can't confirm if they ever did go back and do a more detailed passenger cabin, but I'm sure P3D and with its fixes, making 64-bit operating systems more compatible, be able to use those more modern graphics cards and larger amounts of memory. It can handle it over there, but not here. Um, in my memory of FSX, I want to say that for the most part, the only developer that ever nicely modeled the passenger cabin as well as the, the flight deck was Captain Sun. Now, I know nowadays, looking at the work they're doing in MSFS, we'll have to do a stream and fly either the 757 or 767. You can see what they did back then. But for those that don't know, back the days of FSX, different owners for Captain Sim. They actually had a full development team. They were actually able to model an FMS and everything in the systems. Different crew. Those guys are gone now. I think the guy that now owns Captain Sim is the only guy left from the old days, and he himself doesn't have the skills to do all that coding for the FMS and all the systems and stuff, which is why they're using default gauges and default FMS and stuff. But anyway, because I did show this and you did see it, I wanted to know what you were looking at, why it looks the way it does. Um, let's go ahead and put the music back on.
to be ruthless. Hey kid, don't ever let them get inside your head. They'll tell you what to do in life instead of everything you know that you could get. Don't let them guide your life towards regret. I'll fight for what I love with every breath. My past is filled with things I won't forget. I use them all to push me to my best. So treat the worst of times just like a test. If only I could go back in time, I'd tell myself that everything will end up alright. Just push yourself, test yourself, figure out what you like, and find your limits, don't be rigid, always work towards a prime. Surround yourself with open minds, people can change your life. A few friends with intent can help you feel alive. Find a passion, take some action, and with a little time, just be patient, make a statement, try to enjoy your life. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless. Chance to be ruthless. They don't wanna see me make it, they don't wanna see me care. Anytime I make some progress, I can see that they compare. I think everyone's against me, maybe something in the air. Am I paranoid? I swear a void is forming and they're scared. I walk a straight path, not many can say that. I like to play fast, cross me and there's payback. You better pray that I don't see your face at any place that I go. I know you hate that. I've been doing fine, I'm not wasting any more time. I live for the fight and the climb, and I think that the pain that's deep inside is what defines. So I won't give up, I'm gonna make it to the top. I don't care what's in my way, I swear I'm never gonna stop. I could fall flat on my face and I swear I won't give back up, cause I don't deserve a thing and the road ahead is tough. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding place where they told you what to chase, told you how to run the race. Every move was on the page, but I didn't like their way. Had to fight and misbehave, had to find a way to change, had to leave to find my way. Caught up in a daydream, I beat my mind up there almost daily. It's how I pass time, no opinions safely. It's how I understand what I want in this place, see. Cause everybody wanna tell you bad things, what could go wrong, what fame brings. But success is a finicky thing, and if you ain't sure, no, it'll never be. I don't wanna let myself down, myself down. I don't wanna let myself down, myself down. Run away, I don't have to plan it. I can go, change my fate, you won't understand it. All alone, that's okay, people I can't stand them. They don't want me to change, keep me where I'm standing. And I don't wanna be where I am, and I want something more, take a chance. It could be possibly my last dance, my last dance. I don't wanna let myself down, myself down. I don't wanna let myself down, myself down. And I don't really know what comes next. I'm just doing my best, even though I'm so stressed out. Everything just feels like a test that I fail, so depressed when I can't seem to get out. But something deep inside won't let me quit. I swear that I'm inspired by all this shit. Tell me that I can and I won't. That's what guides me the most. Fuck your lies, I'll do what I want. I'm inspired by thirst, I'm inspired by worth. I desire your worst, so you can just hide while I work. I ain't tired, you first. I'll write a second, third verse about the lies you go disperse. You never did shit, I know it hurts. Something deep inside won't let me quit. I swear that I'm inspired by all this shit. Tell me that I can and I won't. That's what guides me the most. Fuck your lies, I'll do what I want. all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Oh, yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh, yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, it's too late to try to go contain it. A generation fueled by creation. We live lives on a small screen nation. We control the airwaves, no negotiation. I refuse to think we need saving. Something good will come from creation. And when we think that the world is too anxious, we'll adapt, evolve, survive, and save it. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Oh, yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh, yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, oh, yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh, Losing time, I'm fading fast. I just wanna make it last. Try to let go of the past. I close my eyes, embrace the blast. Sleepless nights and headaches stack. Restlessness to hell and back. What's my purpose? What do I grab? A slippery surface, a heart attack. And sometimes you just gotta believe. There's something that'll give you relief. There's something that'll have what you need. What you need. We're broken, it's tragic. We're not all elastic, but maybe there's magic. Believe you could have it. And I know of sadness, the anxious and panic, the infinite vastness of all that is blackness.
Well, hello guys. Welcome back to the flight deck. We are almost there. I'm gonna turn that volume back down just a little bit. Yeah, it should be all right. I hope. Um, so we're almost there. It's under 10,000 feet. Um, I think this thing does have a flight recorder. I think I might try that. I mean, it would be kind of cool to see if we can get at least one replay, right? Provided I do a good job of landing this bird. I mean, I'll have to say, and be honest, guys, I did not do a test flight before I streamed tonight, and I haven't flown this 777 in I don't know how long. Um, so we'll see. I mean, I didn't even get a practice landing with the flight factors 777 last night. That plane decided it just wanted to crash. So we'll see how it goes tonight. I mean, we're obviously getting a lot closer to our destination this time around, which is really, really good. Go ahead and arm the speed brake. I'm hoping we won't need that again. We are about 26 miles out. Sorry, guys. I want to check out something real quick. Well, I'm gonna try something, guys. Well, I'm nervous. I don't know. I don't think you can see the menu, but I don't have anything that says record, but I got an option that says instant replay and flight video. Um, well, I'm gonna try something. Apparently, it broke in an FSX, so the built-in one just don't work. I don't know if this is gonna work or not. What I am trying. Well, we'll find out. Well, I'm gonna get the speed brakes out. We gotta start slowing down this bird a bit. I forgot, it kind of seems like it has a steep descent when we got here. I did kind of look at that. Alright, we are good enough to hit approach. So we are already locked on. Alright, let's go ahead and rearm the auto brakes. We'll take it down to 180. This thing just wants to keep on speeding up. I'm going to have to put the gear down now. I got to do something to help start slowing down this bird.
2500.
Rachel's slowing down. I might as well take it down all the way down to my landing speed. Alright, we're starting to slow down a bit. Let's go ahead and put the taxi lights on. Put out another notch of flaps. That's fine. I'm not trying to auto land. Thanks for the warning. Although it would be kind of cool to do a auto land just to see how good auto land was back then. It used to be my favorite thing in the world. Back in this but that's not me anymore. Alright, full flaps are in.
1000.
I'm gonna make it my plane. Ah, shut up. No. Alright guys, I don't know why it won't shut up, but I am gonna concentrate more rather on landing a plane. Yeah, I'm coming in a little high.
100. 50. 30. 20. 10.
Oh, I flared too much. Ah! Well, that kinda sucks. Alright, I gotta admit guys, that sound is getting to me. I'm sure it's getting to you too. What am I missing here? Why won't you shut up? Well, maybe I can still fly it this way. Or taxi to the gate, rather, this way. Go ahead and reset the spoilers. I don't understand that. We're down on the ground. Well, I'll have to Google that. That's a bug. Gotta be. I shouldn't have to leave the autopilot on to keep it from making all that noise. Let's go ahead and come up top, get the APU. Alright, let's go. Oh, the auto brake. There we go. Alright, so... Sorry guys, I just had to make sure I got my charts up. So if I am where I believe I am, I gotta cross this bridge. And back then, guys, developers just really didn't know how to really work with the terrain to actually make it really seem like you're going over the bridge. But again, guys, in case I didn't mention it, this is Taxi to Gate. Same developer that gave us MCO in Microsoft 2020. Again, we're going to gate 75. So we gotta cross this runway. And then once we cross this runway, we gotta make this right. And now we made that right. We're gonna bypass this one. We're not gonna go in this way. Well, actually, we gotta bypass this next one too. And then it should be the next one after. We'll take a left into the terminal area. I suppose we can go a little faster than 8 miles an hour. Or 8 knots. Unfortunate not to really see any traffic here tonight. Excuse me, sorry guys. Sorry again. Alright. So we came straight across into the terminal ramp area. And gate 75 should be just about in front of us. So I'm going to tell you what, I'm going to try a little something out here. Go ahead and need to find 75. Well, I'm going to say let's request fire follow me, but I believe it did just signal that gate right there. So 1 second, let me go ahead and yeah, 75 is right there on the corner on the side. So it does make sense that this gate right here. Gotta be. So I don't know where Mr. Follow Me is, but I'm not gonna wait the 1 minute 20 seconds. I'm just gonna take a guess that the gate I see is the gate I want. And that says gate 77. I would say that's a little off. But then again, so is my vision some nights. Yeah, my vision sucks, guys. I don't know what it is. I think I'm looking at the right thing, and I'm just not. But this is the gate we want right here. No, guys. Um, so you remember that out of memory error I always tell you about? Well, maybe I should say always tell you about, but I know I definitely mentioned at least once on the stream. Well, the unfortunate reality is, guys, we just crashed. bring us back. You guys can see the loading screen. I've got no issues with that. All right, we here, guys. So now that we here, let me play with something here. It's not. Let's see. Well, let's first things first.
The boarding requested.
And it automatically knows Delta this time. Awesome. Remember to operate jetway. So apparently GSX ain't gonna do it. So there's a jetway movement. So we actually get a jetway tonight at our gate.
There are no passengers deboarding starting.
There we go. Here come our familiar ground vehicles. Wow, look at this, guys. I'm gonna have to, if we're gonna keep doing flights, I'm gonna have to turn down the scenery, even with what resources I got. It's just too much. Oh, it's yelling at me because it wants the doors. Oh, no, I need menu first.
Hello, thank you. Bye bye.
I'm not gonna do too much. I just want to get it to, and it does take time realistically. I can change this to instant screen load if I want.
Hello, thank you.
They're at the second door. All right, stop your beeping now. I've opened all the doors that should be necessary. All right, guys. So now we're finally here. So I had fun flying tonight. I was definitely a little disappointed on the landing. Can't blame the plane. I flared too hard. Maybe I flared also a little too soon. Caused myself to float down the runway, and then it was just boom, too late. Um, really thought I was gonna get a replay, but it's possible I might have said stop recording to save before the sim crash. So I don't know if we still have the replay, but we'll find out here. I just don't want to screw around too much with the recording app until we're ready. But I like this plane. I mean, it's old. I mean, I feel this plane still holds true as good as the day Pmdg dropped it. Um, I kind of feel like it's held up a lot better than the Flight Factor ever really did. Um, hopefully, X-Plane will eventually see the V2 version of the 777 someday. I just don't know when we're going to see it. I mean, they've been working on it for a really long time. Luckily, soon we'll have our new 777 from Pmdg in 2020. Um, and based on what we've all been able to see in this plane, I mean, everything's here. As good as, like, for example, what you see in the 737. It's all here, guys. And if it's all here, like over 10 years ago, I mean, can we only imagine what PMDG is going to be capable of giving us on our 2020 version? I mean, I'm sure some people watch this video may own the PMDG or the P3D version, which I do believe is newer than this version. I'm sure they know what we're going to be getting, or have a better idea based on what they've got there. And remember, there's things that they could do in 2020 that they can't do in P3D. Um, Obviously, the P3D version is going to have a tablet. This version did not. They didn't have tablets back in FSX and any P3D products. They just didn't. And seeing the people floating up in the air is kind of an immersion breaker. But I'm not going to complain. Now, compared to the flight factor, we don't have the tablet thing here on the left. Now, I don't mind not having it. I kind of understand why PMDG did it the way they did it. And quite frankly, it's because, again, back in when this plane was made and released, there was no Navigraph charts the way we have it today. In fact, at that point, I think all we had from Navigraph was the nav data updates. I think they might have given you access to some charts at some point, but it definitely wasn't the app that we all know and love. I think those of us that were using FSX did have the built-in map system where you can print out kind of like your own mini charts of sorts that had at least had all the frequencies on it. I kind of wish that was available in 2020. I think it was a neat feature. I suppose maybe they could have found a way to integrate that into the tablet in this thing, but again, it comes down to resources. The more you add, the more technology you put in it, the more often you're going to get those out of memory errors. And as you can see, we experienced one tonight, and it was kind of unfortunate. I'm going to have to go back into my settings. I'm going to have to lower it more. I will admit that I can go back and make sure I did any of all the known tweaks that are supposed to help improve it. But at the end of the day, that is and always was one of the biggest issues with those random out of memory errors. And one place, unfortunately, I found to happen to me the most, usually most of the time, that was near Dulles. Back in the day when I was flying on a much older machine, which I still have, that processor and motherboard laying around, I'll have to be honest, I didn't hardly ever get crashed desktops. But I always kept my settings down a bit. I was always careful to, keep it down, knowing what could happen. I do kind of feel that it's happening a little bit more. I don't know if it's due to the operating system, or perhaps it's because I've got so much newer graphics card and memory that, this game may just not know how to handle it appropriately. I just don't know. But it is fun to fly when you can get in here and fly around and not get a crash. I have found that if you're flying smaller, not quite so well-to-do general aviation planes that don't have all these systems to model, you never get a out of memory crash on GA planes. It's just the way it is. But I still definitely love this plane, and I can only see awesome, great things coming when we see the new version of 777. Now remember, guys, as I stated, if you didn't see the update from Robert Randazzo on the PMDG forum, I believe it's Friday night, the 17th. He's going to be on Blue Sky Radio. He made it a point to mention it. Um, I say, if you can, try and watch it. I'll be watching it. Um, but I'll be looking forward to see what he has to say. Um, I mean, I have no idea what he's going to say. I can't predict what he's going to say, but who knows? He may have a surprise for us when he's on Blue Sky Radio. What that surprise could be, I don't know. But like I said, there's not even a guarantee he will have a surprise. I just kind of use my own gut instinct that there may be a chance that, he made a point to mention it. So, he may have something in mind. Um, I mean, after all, he can't go to Blue Sky Radio on average once a year and have the same conversation over and over. There's gotta be something new he plans on talking about. So anyway, let's go ahead and see if somehow we can load a replay. Nope, I can't load anything because of course I didn't save it. Well, the unfortunate reality, guys, is well, here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna do an experiment here, guys. If it works, great. If not, it'll be under the stream. Well, what I want to try and do, guys, because I really want to, get a replay in. I'm gonna go out back to the menu, or actually, I think I can do it this way. Let's try it. I'm gonna try something new. I don't even think I ever did this years ago when this was the main sim. See what that does. No. Well, I'll just go out to main menu. I know many a times if I start from the main menu, nope, doesn't do it that way either. Oh, heck with it. We'll use the tablet. Luckily, this plane does have the feature of loading the state. Save, load. Well, it can't be default. Let's go. Well, let's try to see what short does. What does it get us? Is it going to start the engines for us? Well, definitely don't want cold and dark. I did short. Let's try long. Well, back to the drawing board. Let's try default. Let's see what default gets us. Yep, engines are starting. Now, I'll be honest, guys. What we're about to do, it ain't gonna be real life. All at the end of the day, all I really want to do. Oh, come on. What is the plane's malfunction? Ah, we're not gonna stay here and listen to that, guys. I'm just gonna have to stop being lazy and just fire up the APUs. And go back to the main menu. She's not initializing. All right, guys. As you can see here, I don't have all my menus. Alright, so here we go. We're back. We're initiated. Battery, APU. Let's go ahead and get that fired all up. Get all the systems going that we should have going, so we have no issues. We'll go ahead and get the fuel tanks. All my switches that should be are hit. I guess we can go ahead and get some lights on, including the strobes. And yes, this plane is set to have the realistic time for all the panels to come alive. I could change that to instant, but at this point, by the time I get in there, theoretically everything should be coming alive. Come on, panels, come alive. Maybe it's waiting on the APU. I do believe we have an APU, hopefully, but I'm still waiting on the screens. Make sure we get our deer. Come on, screens. Here we go, they're starting to come alive. Alright, we obviously have power. I'm trying to start to think that screen should have came on. Are we missing anything? On. On. Alright, so here's what we're going to do. They're coming, but yeah, like I said, guys, I had a feeling by the time I found that setting, here we go. Put that to fast. What about the IRS? I know it's an option somewhere. Yeah, either way. I'm just going to grab that position. And I'm just going to do this to make sure we can see where we are in flight. And we're at what runway? Can we tell? 36. Ah, where did that E come from? Not in database. How could we not be in the database? We are in. Oh, that's why. We're 36 right. Coming 17 left. Yeah, 69 miles ain't far. We'll set a cruise altitude of 8,000. Ah, that's right. You can't get VNAV unless you perf. Gonna have to do that. There we go. There's that. Let's go ahead. Ah, it's not what I wanted. No mouse. No mouse yoke. I'm gonna go with what's there. There we go. We have all that. Fuel and center. I do believe we got a door open. Alright, let's go ahead and start the engines. Of course, I do realize maybe I could have hit Control E, but come on. I think we can. Try to move this along a little bit. Let that stabilize. Apparently we're stabilized. Alright. At least the parking brakes. And toga. Oh, do I still have the chocks on? There we go. There we got positive rate. I'm going to make sure I put the gear up this time. Put the flaps up. That must be 17 left, so I'm just kind of going out here and coming back. Ah. Suppose we probably don't need to go all the way up to 8,000 feet. Well, since we're technically on a climb. Oh, I didn't hit real world weather, so I don't have to worry about my altimeter. But that's okay. Whoa, that fast? I must be heavy. Well, I never really adjusted the fuel. That's more like it. I guess I really kind of screwed things up for the plane. I know. Why don't we do this? After last time, let's take it down straight to 180. This one of those flaps out. And we're a little early, but that's okay. I just want to make sure we do what's worthwhile here. You know what I mean? Alright, so in a minute here, gonna make sure we hit our gonna hit our record button here in a moment. Just making sure it's there, it's ready to go. Sorry about the extra time tonight, guys. The next time I stream FSX, I promise I'll see if I go back and make sure some of the tweaks are done. And I'll lower some of the settings a bit. I'll go back and see if I can Google what's going to hit the most. I mean, what should the settings be to make sure we're not getting out of memory errors. Best I can. Like I said, guys, I don't really have any real intentions to consistently stream back in FSX. I just, feel it's kind of fun and neat to come back and take a look at some of the planes that we've been missing out on. Some of them are still yet to come in 2020, like the Pmdg 777, the 747, yet to come. Unfortunately, Pmdg has already announced they're not going to go back and bring in MD-11. Unfortunately, that just for them turned out to be the hardest sell. And it's a lot of work to do what they do to do it. So what they do. So luckily, we do have TDFI Designs coming in with their iteration of the MD-11, so we'll have one. I do kind of hope that they also bring in their 717. That is one of the planes I wanted to fly here in FSX. Kind of cool to go back and see, how it is, what it looks like, you know. That must be downtown Orlando. Over here to our right, kind of front right, 1 o'clock, I guess you call it. I'm going to tell it to start descending some more because we're starting to fall. Be above the glide slope. Just make sure we arm our speed brakes. So tempted to use the mouse to pan around. If I was to buy the Easy Dock, I'd be able to do that. But as you can see, guys, the sim is not the easiest to use in this day and age. And to spend more money on it for something you're not planning on using, that's just not anything I'd want to do. Can't believe I'm still above the glide slope. Alright, I'm going to hit the record. What I think I'm going to do. Unbelievable, guys. That's it.